going to start in about 1 minute. Please silence your cell phones and devices, please. All right, I've got 6 o'clock. So at 6 o'clock, I call this meeting of the Saginaw City Council to order. Please rise for the pledges. I pledge allegiance. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you, folks. Item 1C is the invocation. Pastor Ronnie Mills, welcome, sir.
Let's pray. Father, we just want to take the time to pause tonight and say thank you for this day that we've had. We want to acknowledge you. I thank you for the council, the city leaders, and the citizens here representing Saginaw. As discussion happens tonight and the agenda has gone over, I pray that it will be honoring and glorifying to you, and I pray that you'll be with us all. We ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Reverend. Item 1D is audience participation. That is covered. Anything you wish to speak on that is on the agenda, you can speak to. See the city secretary, fill out one of these forms, and we will let you speak once that agenda item is covered. Item 2 is consent agenda. A is action regarding minutes of January 7th. B is action regarding approval for Weaver and Tidwell to perform the fiscal year 2024-2025 audit. Questions, comments on the consent agenda? Not, I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, motion we approve the agenda as presented.
Cindy, second.
Push a button down there on the front, that's part that side, yeah.
Get with the program, right? It'll come up. Blue light should be on. No blue light.
Motion passes. Let the record reflect we do have a quorum tonight. Councilmember St. Clair is out. Thank you, folks. 3A is employee recognition presentations. Gabe, what do we have tonight?
Mayor and Council, special recognition tonight. I'd like to introduce some representatives from the North Texas Municipal Clerks Association.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Lindsay Rollinson, and I am the City Secretary for the City of Richmond Hill. And I also serve as the Vice President for the North Texas Municipal Clerks Association. With me is Lisa Cabrera. She is the City Secretary for the City of Crum, and she is the President of the North Texas Municipal Clerks Association. I promise to keep this under 3 minutes, because I know the easiest way.
This is worth it. Take your time.
Okay. Well, I would never dream to go over 3 minutes without finishing. On behalf of our state association, the Texas Municipal Clerks Association, it is my distinct honor to recognize and celebrate the incredible career of Janice England, a true leader and dedicated public servant. Janice, your journey as city secretary has exemplified excellence in public administration and a steadfast commitment to integrity and transparency. Throughout your career, you have set a gold standard in municipal governance, inspiring countless professionals and leaving an indelible mark on this community and our profession. Your meticulous attention to detail, unwavering professionalism, and dedication to the principles of good governance have not only benefited this city, but have also elevated the standards for city secretaries everywhere. Beyond your work, your generosity in mentoring others and your willingness to share knowledge have strengthened our professional community, leaving a legacy that will resonate for years to come. On behalf of the Texas Municipal Clerks Association, please accept this token of our appreciation for your impressive career and commitment to the city of Saginaw. Thank you, Janice, for your remarkable dedication and the example you have set for all of us. We wish you every happiness in your well-deserved retirement. Congratulations, and may your future be as bright as the legacy you leave behind.
So you didn't tell us what are you giving her? What did you give her? You didn't tell us.
I guess that would help.
We need to show it, yeah.
Our state association provides a blanket for all of its retirees. So it has our state logo and her name and at the bottom and the year of her retirement.
That's nice.
Yes.
All right, Valerie also has an announcement as well.
I'll wait till you sit down. This is a proclamation, whereas Janice England has been an employee of the city of Saginaw for 40-plus years, including 16 years as city secretary, whereas Janice England graduated from the Texas Municipal Clerk Certification Program in January 2013, becoming Texas Registered Municipal Clerk number 671, and since recertified in 2018 and 2023, being number 671 of only 1,059 in the state of Texas. Whereas Janice England, during her tenure with the city, has worked with 7 mayors, 41 council members. She has attended 500-plus city council meetings, not including meetings of other boards, commissions, and committees. Whereas Janice England is retiring on January the 31st, 2025, now therefore be it proclaimed that the mayor, along with the city council, do wish her well in her retirement and do hereby proclaim February the 1st, 2025 to be Janice England Day in the city of Saginaw in recognition of her service to our city. And I have one other thing to say. On February the 1st, from 10 to 2 at the rec center will be her retirement party. Everybody is invited to come wish her well, come by and see her for a minute.
And I think I know the answer to this, but I'm going to offer Janice an opportunity to speak. You don't have to. You can save this for the first, but
Not really going to say much other than thank you. I appreciate and pleasantly surprised this evening. I appreciate your thoughtfulness.
We're going to miss you.
she is modest as always.
I know she is.
There's a lot to say. We'll say it on the first, but it's been a fantastic career, and we will, she's irreplaceable, but she's made an incredible lasting legacy to the city that we're all very proud to have worked with her. Thank you very much. Anything else on this? Thank you, folks. And thanks to the folks for coming out. Well, they've already left, but thank them for coming out. Do
Sorry about that, Mayor. I do think we have, my fault.
we have something else?
Yep.
What?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So I just want to, we have a lot of residents here in Saginaw. Our area is growing, and we have many talented people in our city, scientists, teachers, police officers, firemen. Everybody's here. We even have artists as well. And we want to recognize one of those artists today. He is currently in school for University of Texas at Arlington for sculpture, and he is a retired Army from Louisiana, and he did some research before he moved, and he picked Saginaw. And I'm actually going to show you guys what he created and donated to the city. It's currently in the lobby closet at the moment because we haven't found a place for it, but it's neon, and it's beautiful, and it brights. It's very bright in there when you light it up. And I want to recognize Frank. He's here. The artist is here. I don't know if you want to say a few words. Or... No, I'm good. He's a true artist. He is a very true artist. But once we have this hanging up somewhere, we will maybe create like a very small ceremony, maybe like water, because their water's free. Saginaw water is amazing. But yeah, I just want to recognize him for making this for us and donating it to the city. And Mayor, you have a picture as well, or a certificate.
I do. I have a certificate of recognition in appreciation of your generosity and artistic talent in creating and donating this artwork for the city of Saginaw. This contribution enhances the beauty of our community and leaves a lasting impact for all to enjoy, and we look forward to finding a prominent place to display it, sir. So thank you very so much. Let's do it.
We do. Thank you. he came in one day with the willingness to make this, and then he came in with a sketch, and he created it all, and it's lovely. So yeah, we'll take a photo.
All right, Gabe, anything else? Okay, thank you, folks. Item 3B, presentation of Government Finance Officers Association Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. Kim Quinn.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I'm delighted to announce that the City of Saginaw has received the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. This is the 38th year in a row that the city has received it. It truly is a joint effort. Every department in the city contributes towards putting this budget document together. We're very proud of it. It's a huge undertaking. But I want to recognize Elizabeth Thorpe tonight and have her receive the award. It was her efforts that made this possible this year. And then this is also, I want to say, the first year that we were recognized for the performance measures as being exemplary. So,
How many years in a row is this?
38 years.
38 years in a row.
Yes,
That's
sir.
fantastic. So it's a huge testament to our city and our financial governance, and we were thrilled. And I do have an award, so this is suitable for framing and pictures, so. Thank you, Kim and Elizabeth. Item 3C, presentation of annual comprehensive financial report to the fiscal year. Weaver and Tidwell, come on up.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jennifer Ipka, and I'm the partner on the engagement for the City of Saginaw. I'm happy to be here to present the results for fiscal year ended September 30th, 2024. This document is a very large document, takes quite a bit of time for your city staff, in particular Kim, to assist with not only preparing the books so that we can audit them, but also that we can prepare this document itself. Located in the financial statements themselves, you'll find the independent auditor's report. That just states our responsibility as the auditors to perform the audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards as well as generally accepted government auditing standards. We have issued an unmodified opinion. That's a clean opinion. It's the highest level of assurance that can be placed on a set of financial statements. It goes through a lot of information with regards to the opinion, but really this is the best that you can get from an audit opinion. Further back in the report itself, there is a section called the Federal Awards section. It starts on page 143. This part is really related to the federal financial assistance that the city receives. You all, as well as citizens, probably remember several years ago during COVID, coronavirus awards were received by the city. The city has gone through the process of expending that assistance that was provided to the city, and this is a separate audit that we do with regards to this federal financial assistance. And so we go through the process of not only looking at the internal controls over compliance with regards to that major program, but also the compliance requirements for it. When we did that, we have issued an unmodified opinion with regards to that test work, and then we didn't have any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses with regards to the testing. So again, this is really the best that you can get from an audit standpoint. I'm not expecting everyone to have spent their, late nights reading this entire report, but I will state for anyone that is interested, the management discussion and analysis does have a lot of great information that you can read with regards to looking at year-to-year comparison from fiscal year 23 to fiscal year 24. And then the very back, the statistical section includes 10 years of information with regards to revenue capacity, debt, capacity, operating statistics, et cetera. So when, not that the stuff in between is not important, but those two areas in particular do give you a great deal of information with regards to the city, how it is growing, the economic development with regards to the city itself. But I do want to thank Kim for all of her hard work. During the course of the audit, it does take a considerable amount of time to prepare everything for us to come out to actually complete the audit, and she does a great job. She's very detail-oriented, and we appreciate her. So with that, I'll turn it over for any questions that you all have.
Council, questions for Jennifer?
I got one.
Yep.
I had a interview audit. Was that concerning this?
Oh, a fraud, yes, it was.
Oh my goodness, that was brutal.
It was brutal.
About halfway through it, I thought I needed to call Brent. I mean, half the stuff they actually asked, and I said, I don't even know what you're asking.
Well, it is kind of audit mumbo jumbo, but yes, it was with regards to the audit. We do complete those with someone on council, but also other individuals throughout the city as well.
Very thorough, by the way.
It's not meant to be scary, I promise.
I think you were a good subject for that, Nikki. I'm glad they picked you. That was great, yeah. Better you than me, but. No, I think this is fantastic. This shows our good financial and fiscal management. We have nothing to hide. Our numbers are out there. Everything we're doing is above and board the book, and an independent audit will help prove that. I want to give our citizens confidence that we are good stewards of their tax dollars. I appreciate that. I'm looking through, I haven't looked at the whole thing, but looking here, the big takeaways I took was we keep adding cash to the bottom line. We keep, no matter what we do, we keep spending money, we keep adding cash, so that's a positive position to be in. It's good to keep an eye on all our upcoming debt and different things, but it's very positive. It's all made me very optimistic for the future financially. The city's heading in the right direction. So I thank y'all for confirming that as well.
Yeah.
Or anything else? No? Well, thank you,
I
Jennifer.
want to thank Janice as well. She is a big part of our audit as well. She keeps up with providing us with all information quarterly that we do need, and so we will miss her as well.
Absolutely. Great. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Well done. All right, moving on to 4. 4A, consideration action regarding 2025 bond committee recommendation. Lee Howe, Assistant City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So, as you know, you appointed 14 members of the Citizens Bond Committee a few months ago to and tasked them with the job of prioritizing about 20 projects on order of importance as a city committee to make a recommendation. We have 4 members of the committee with us tonight, and before I introduce them and ask them to come up and make a few comments, just a couple of things to keep in mind for tonight and in the very near future. So there's 2 more major components to the process, and that will be in your bailiwick now exclusively, and that is the project selection that might go forward for an election. And then second to that, in terms of the importance of the overall cost, is the schedule of the issuance. So when you would want those projects to issue, to begin, and that will ultimately affect the overall total of bond issuance as to, depending on cost inflation factors that might have to be added in on that, based on that schedule. So you've been provided with the ranking list and a couple of other dates to remember. We are under a deadline should you decide to approve an election for the spring, and so you'd have to make a decision and have that advertised by February the 14th, which would leave the February 4th meeting as the last regular meeting to make any deliberation or action on it. And if it couldn't be decided then it would require a special call meeting to proceed with an election before the 14th. So we had some really good meetings, a series of meetings, and some excellent participation, conversation, and deliberation by the bond committee, who received a lot of information from staff, went on several animal shelter tours, learned all about streets and parks and sidewalk projects. And I'd like to introduce them and ask them to come up and make some comments if they would. We have Thomas Weaver and Clayton Ray in the back, and we have Judy Deller and Adele Torres. So y'all would stand up and take some applause because you're the representatives of the other 14. So if one or more of y'all would like to come up and make some comments, I'm sure the council will be interested in your findings.
Is Thomas going to be the spokesmodel? Are you the spokesmodel for the group, Thomas?
Well, I don't know about that, but I'll certainly yap my gums some. Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. Thomas Weaver, member of, or chairman of the Parks Board and member of the committee for the bonds. And we did take a lot of consideration, and we took some feedback from different boards and also the experience of people that were on the committee with us. We did have one thing that came back to us from council whenever y'all got the initial list of things that we were going to be prioritizing, and that's going to be the East Pond. You see it down there towards the bottom. That wasn't in our original list that we had compiled. It was high on the parks priority list, but I think we got a little bit of tunnel vision looking at the grand scope of the entire bond package that was being discussed. And while we should have, and we did look at the things that were had immediate need and urgency, like William Houston Park, we looked at those things. We also had a little bit of what other priorities do we have that kind of work in conjunction with the other projects that are being discussed, because certainly if we got a road project and a sidewalk project and a park project all happening in the same stretch of road, it would make sense to not have to go backtrack over those things or damage some sort of development that was done whenever we get to those projects. So when it comes to the East Pond, the thing that we didn't do that we should have done off the bat was not only focus on the urgency and the things that fit in, but bring our best. And the East Pond project, I think, is our best. We could have brought everything from the Parks Master Plan that we worked very hard over the last few years developing and creating. And this is the one that it's my favorite. So if you had any questions about that, I'll certainly answer any questions that you have. We did have a meeting with the Parks Board and with the council where we discussed that in a little bit greater detail. And I think it's something that is worth considering, even though it didn't get the consideration that it needed at the start of this process. It's not too late to go back and give it the proper consideration now. So if anybody has any questions on those specifics or anything in general, I'm going to let Adele take anything animal shelter related, because she has been phenomenal at taking notes, going on the tours, and really putting quality first whenever it comes to that and being able to explain some things. So,
Questions for Thomas? Cindy, go ahead, please.
I have one on the animal shelter. I'm looking at a list we got from another bond committee member, and it says the animal shelter is $17,500,000, but when I'm looking at this, it's $18,500,000.
correct.
Is that a mistake?
That is not a mistake. That is where we ended after our last meeting. And it was part of the reason that I will ask Adele to talk to that, because she gave a very detailed, very succinct, very convincing reason as to why we need to have that number higher.
I'd be convinced, I mean, I'd like to hear what you have to say, because, you know, we spent, what, 14 million on a state-of-the-art fire station?
12 and a half, right?
12.5 million?
All right? Oh,
Yeah. But the station itself was 12.5?
okay.
You know, I have a, you know, before I hear Adele, I just have a really difficult time spending that much money on animals when we have people in this city that need a lot more attention.
Of course. That number went up for the cost of inflation. So that's why you're seeing the 17.5 and then the difference going up to the 18.5 to give us that buffer. Adele Torres, hello. Nice to meet all of you. I am currently the vice chair of the Parks Board. We set up to go visit 3 different animal shelter locations. We went to North Richland Hills, we went to North Fort Worth, and we also went to the Hearst location. Going to these locations really opened up my eyes personally to the materials being used in the proposal for the needs assessment that we received. Going through all of the numbers, there ended up only being a cost difference, and these again are numbers that were from the needs assessment that I believe was done in 2023, is that correct? Yes, so the base number was at 15.75. Again, this is without any inflation added in. And in that base, there was an allocated cost for $250,000 for a generator that was not allocated or put into the cost for any of the other budget options. We had a base option, budget option 1, 2, 3. If we were to take away the $250,000 from the 1575 that was given to us, and we add $644,875, which is an additional cost for a modular building that was in the needs assessment, saying that if we went with option 1 or 3, the city would have to replace that modular building within 15 years. So that's going to be another cost that's going to be incurred later on down the line. So with those calculations, the base difference between base option and options 1 and 3 only comes out to be $605,000 rounded down. To me personally and to the board, we felt that that number difference wasn't enough for the voter to come in and say, you know what, I don't want to vote on the animal shelter at all. That number is way too different. From speaking with people on the ground in our own animal shelter facility, as well as the 3 facilities that we visited, we heard back from employees that they prefer having everything under one roof as opposed to individual buildings. It helps with maintenance costs, it helps with having to travel and cut down time from going to one building to another. And if you had medical supplies in one building, the kennel in another, veterinary services in another, you're running to one building to get your materials. You're going to another building to facilitate whatever is needed for that animal. So it streamlines the process, having everything under one roof. Also looking at the materials being used specifically for North Fort Worth's location, they have modular buildings as well as industrial metal buildings. And the deterioration of those materials were very concerning, considering that that facility opened in 2021. And we noticed leakage in the ceiling. There were ceiling tiles missing. There was gray and brown discoloration. There was cracks and foundational issues. There was molding from pipes not being done correctly. The metal was starting to rust and deteriorate. And again, this facility had just opened in 2021. So we're talking 4 years later, they're already having these kinds of maintenance issues that they're already going to have to go back and fix after spending all of this money to build this new facility. So taking all of that into consideration and the deliberations and everything that we discussed over the course of our 3 meetings, we came to the conclusion together that we think that the best option moving forward for the animal shelter facility, not only for the animals, but for the staff as well and the community, would be recommending the base option would be brick and mortar, all under one building, all encompassing, moving forward.
So what would be nice, I don't know if it's you all or the committee that provides it, but to break that out and put it in words and say, okay, you know, say North Fort Worth, here's what they had, here's the pros and cons for it. The ones that, and actually write that up and then present it to us. And here would be here's the pros of those and here's the cons of those. And do a comparison and say at the end, this is why we as the committee recommend this option. Then it's on paper. It's
In front of you, tangible, you can see it.
Because that's the big, I'll be honest.
Of course.
That's the problem I have here. All I got is one number. And I'm like, oh, well, okay, what I get for that number.
Exactly, you'd want to be able to see that in front of you.
And I want to make sure, and I know you all did, because in the background I heard, we kind of need it in paper and explain it so we can review it.
Okay, I took some meticulous notes for all 3 of those locations, and I did write that up. It's in 1 to 2 page format. I didn't separate them into pros and cons, but there is a detailed list that I made for things that were seen that were liked and things that were a bit of a concern. So as a group, as the bond committee, if that's what the council wishes, we can have another meeting and put that together, or I can get you guys those materials that were sent out to other board members, those notes that were compiled from my personal perspective.
Yeah, I don't want to wait for the council. Let's just have that sent out in the interim. Send that to Lee, and Lee can send it to the group,
Okay.
to the council. In the
Also,
interim.
Mayor, just to add to that, Gabe had sent out a couple of weeks ago a cost breakdown. It doesn't have the detail you're exactly talking about there, but it's a cost breakdown of how we arrived at that figure. And at the time, it added up to $17,500,000. And the committee decided, based on those factors plus, and the difference in the construction cost between the baseline that we started with from the recommendation of Animal Arts that arrived at that $17,500,000 figure, that we should bump it up by another $1 million. And there is also money in that figure should the land acquisition end up costing us more money than what we're projecting in terms of the swap potential.
So this 18.5, if I remember, I said it, that includes the land.
Yes, it does. It
Yes.
includes the land component.
And this 15.75 million back when we did not include the land.
That's correct.
So I mean, right there's your, I don't know what the land, if there's a land price in there, and I'm sure you're
Yes.
not giving it. That raises that overall price up too.
And also, one thing that they're doing, which is very smart, and we did not do in the past, was put like an inflation escalator in there. Because you approve, if hypothetically voters approve this spring, we're not going to start building it in June.
Exactly.
It's going to take time to design, build. Prices are not going to go down between the time voters approve and the time we break ground. So we've made mistakes in the past. We had a bond at this, and it ended up costing this just because we didn't account for the time. 2, 3, 1, whatever the years, costs go up, materials, et cetera. Hopefully not much, but they will. So
Yes.
it's smart for us to build that in. It just makes sense because this is what will actually cost the voters once we get to the construction process, not just when you vote on it, so.
And
I
on
think that's
that, Mayor, that number includes a 3-year cost escalation at 5% per year, which is what the Animal Arts recommended.
Okay, fantastic, thank you.
So for me, I mean, I literally need that breakdown. And then I'd also like to know, when you all decided this, I'm assuming you took a vote or something, what was the vote tally? Was there anybody that did not agree with the direction you all went for the animal shelter?
We finalized that decision in our last meeting, and attendance was? 8?
No, there were 6, I
Yeah.
believe. We had more people this time.
Yeah, there
There
were
was
8
about
at the
6.
last meeting, but yeah, I can add to that if,
There was nobody that was against the animal shelter. We see that.
I want to make clear, I'm not saying that there was against the animal shelter, but let's go right here. Here's that, we need a new animal shelter. I'll get over that real quick. What type of animal shelter we build is what's really the discussion. So option A, I think you said there's 3 different options, option A, B, or C. So out of the option A, B, or C, you pick, I don't know, B, okay? How did the vote happen? And then I want to see the pros and cons of each one.
Well, I think at the end, the reason that the 18.5 is on there is because we all agreed that, the same thing she just gave. Rest.
Option A, B, or C.
So initially, I was supporting modular buildings, separate locations, something nicer and newer than what we have now, but maybe not having to go with all the expense to have something as nice as what we're now recommending. But after hearing the breakdown and hearing the feedback and hearing the opinions of the facility tours, which I wasn't able to go on, so I have to trust people like Adele that went. But just strictly looking at the numbers and the quality as to what we're getting for that and how that's going to help maintenance of the facility, which is a huge concern right now, which is going to help the energy efficiency of the buildings. And when it gets really, really hot, they're not going to have to try to control separate buildings, right? And when it gets really, really cold like this, you're not having to try to control separate buildings. When you look at that additional cost and that having everything in-house, one building specifically built to handle more animals in a better and safer way than what we're doing right now, and making it easier on the staff to be able to do that, I think is the biggest thing as to why we said, okay, let's go with the all in-house, all one building.
So like, I think it takes y'all like, what, 45 minutes to clean a cage right now? Is that about right?
Depends on the amount of cleaning we're having to do. If it's an animal that's smeared feces
Yeah,
all over
right.
the wall, it's gonna take a
But-
little longer.
To me, with some of these newer cages and stuff, we can get that down to like 15 minutes. I mean, that's what I'm kind of looking for, the trade-offs of that, everything. So-
Oh yeah, it's the services all around through the entire thing are going to improve from a newer facility that is more set up to utilize the space that they have and the staff that they have.
So it isn't, for me, it isn't trying to prove to me we need an animal shelter. What you gotta prove to me is which option we're going with.
And that would bring us back to
Right.
cost and also materials and the deterioration of an almost brand-new facility that was built in 2021. And they're already having to make changes, they're having to make fixes, they're gonna have to spend more money into a facility because they went modular or metal prefab as opposed to just going to brick and mortar, because North Richland Hills as well as Hearst are both brick and mortar facilities, and they're not running into any of these maintenance issues like North Fort Worth, which has the modular and has the
see.
prefab buildings.
And are those buildings the same age?
The amount of time the employees get to save and make sure, and also the carrying of the animals.
Making it more streamlined is high priority as well, yes.
So that's my request back for that.
I'd also like to know what the plan is for the animals. You know, the big problem we seem to, and this is across the nation, is animals coming in, but animals not leaving.
Yeah.
You know, what do we plan to do about that?
Well, I think Lee has some information about these other facilities that are slightly different than ours and slightly, and better than ours, regarding their average adoption, time, how long they have a dog in, how long they have a cat in. Every single one of them is a shorter time period when you have a functioning facility that is also welcoming and also inviting to people coming in and seeing animals in a more nurturing environment. I would say the animals are going to be calmer with more space and more resources. And if they're calm, they're more likely to tug at somebody's heartstrings. and get them out of there, right? You've got those numbers, right? I'm writing a lot of checks for you.
So I do have some numbers. I don't know that I can compare them completely, but it's very true what Thomas just said. The modern design facilities that are more attractive draw in more citizens to look at animals for adoption, and thus there is a shorter time period that animals have to stay in the shelter. The adoptions flow through better. And then also, when most of these other places, including especially Fort Worth, have staff time because of the ease of maintaining the facility and the animals within the shelter, they have staff time to work a little more on placing animals with rescue groups and adoption groups outside the shelter, which is something our staff does exceptionally well, given that they have a very laborious day ahead of them every day, day in and out, 7 days a week, where some of these other shelters are more automated and are better constructed to shorten the clean time, the feed times, the movement times of the animals amongst different areas of the shelter. So there's a lot of reasons why a modern facility is just more efficient and results overall in a shorter, healthier stay for the animals.
And Adele, on your list, with comparison to the other facilities, do you talk about some of these things, like what they do to get animals in and out, and just how they operate maybe, or?
Yes, it
Okay.
goes into detail what types of materials they're using, the types of kennels, the layout of the facility, the visitation room, something that we don't have. I don't know when's the last time you guys were able to stop in at our animal shelter, but it's tight in there.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
The doors, the pulling in, unloading, pulling straight out.
The port,
What do they call it, where you pull in and pull?
the Sally Port. The Sally Port is huge. We definitely
Okay.
need a Sally
Ah,
Port. That
okay.
helps contain the animals of pickup, drop off,
I got you.
weather conditions, not only the animals, but also the staff. And I have a very comprehensive list. We can get together with Lee and we can get you guys all that information.
I think we would love to see your list.
Okay,
of breakdown.
thank
That would help us a lot.
Yes.
One other thing, we mentioned animal shelter and about excess animals. We talked to this a little bit, and one of my pet peeves is, we can build a $18 million animal shelter, open it, it'll be fantastic. It'll be full in a month because we have crappy pet owners. What can we do, or what are other cities doing to encourage folks to neuter, spay, et cetera, and be more responsible pet owners so we have fewer animals out there on the streets?
At the Hearst location, they have a room dedicated to a classroom where I know that they do sort of educational classes to help prepare you for that kind of stuff, as well as having specific adoption rooms where you can take your pet that you're interested in and you have the time to bond and play and see if you're a good fit before you make that very important decision and responsibility of taking that pet home and having to care for it. So having that option, having that extra step, I believe would help make sure that the people walking out of the door with an animal are more prepared for what all that entails, which would then turn into them being able to keep the animal responsibly and not having that animal back into the system.
Excellent, okay.
The animals that come out of the shelter, they're already fixed, aren't they?
Yeah. I think
I
they have to
believe-
sign if they're not already, I believe they have to have a contract
That's what
signed
I
that they
think
will.
what he's asking is how we can get citizens to take care of their.
It is, yeah.
animals better.
It's a big ask, yeah. I don't have an answer, but I'm asking.
I'm sure there's room for community engagement and having a facility that's able to host events and things like this,
Yeah.
that we can bring the community in and do more educational
Yeah.
responses, that would help as well.
I think also what we discussed, when the shelter does have events right now, whether it be shot clinics or a pet registration day or cheap rabies shots, or anything like that. Right now, you show up out there, it's a 2-hour window, and everybody's outside in the parking lot.
Right.
And this last one, it was about 92 degrees that day, and so you got 200 people standing out there for 2 hours. Some people got tired of standing out there and just left. So with a facility that has more resource space for things like this, because right now somebody drops off drops off an animal, they're doing it in the very same room that they're adopting the animal. They're doing it in the very same room that somebody's taking a phone call, you know, and somebody's getting food ready and everything. So when there's more resource space, it'll make everything operate, and then it hopefully will allow for more engagement with people to make sure that they're being responsible pet owners.
No, that's good information. All right, any other animal shelter? I don't want to rush this, but we need to move on to a lot of other issues. Any other animal shelter questions, since we have the expert up here? Mary, go ahead.
Not really a question, but I just wanted to say, I watched the first 2 meetings you all had online, the entire 2 meetings. And I just want to say how impressed I was with your questions, your comments, and particularly with the animal shelter, the visits, and you just put a lot of work into that and knowing what is the best, what are the pluses and minuses of some of these shelters. And I do agree that it is important to be willing to spend a little bit more money up front. You'll save money later. So I just wanted to just really compliment you on the work you did.
Thank you, we appreciate it.
She was only talking to you.
I did some digging. I got sticker shock myself and started doing some research and digging. Mansfield's building a new animal shelter, got approved last year for $23 million.
Yes,
So
sir.
taking the other numbers that I've got, even stuff that's 10, 15 years old, and adding 5% for each year of inflation, this is right in line with it.
Thank you.
All right, any other animal shelter questions before we move on to other, we got other topics to cover on this bond, so. All right, thank you, Adele.
Thank you.
I guess everything else goes to Thomas?
Yeah, I mean, if anybody else wants to chime in that's from the committee, they
All right, well, I'll kick off. So, rank number 2, priority number 2 is McElroy Phase 2A. Just explain to us why that was your top street.
Well, McElroy is heavily trafficked and in an industrial area where there are always big trucks on it. It's used as a cut through for a number of citizens just getting from one side of Saginaw to the other side of Saginaw or into Blue Mound. And anybody that's driven down that road knows that it's a rough ride. And so it's to the time it's got the usage and it's got the deterioration to where it's our number 1 street project. And it has a few phases to it because they don't want to shut down the entire thing at once. So there is some phases to that. But the main street to Spring Hollow is the one that's right there by the warehouses. I forget what company's in there right now. Second Chance Pallets is right there.
Right.
So, and it just getting it to where it's wider, it's easier for people to get through there whenever there is not a train. But then also making sure that it's capable of handling the big trucks that are on that road every day anyway.
So would that go via concrete?
Yes, that's the intent, to put, excuse me, to put a concrete.
That's why it cost $10 million, right? Yes.
That's right.
That's concrete, yeah.
Yep.
And I'm not arguing with you, I just wanted to hear your rationale, because I agree, it's a terrible street, it needs a lot of love, so, but, so,
Well, this will be, what, the 3rd time in 10 years, 12 years, 15 years that it's been worked on?
well, it hadn't been redone, it's been
Patched.
right? It has not been redone.
Well, I know they did a major thing on it in 2014, and I thought they did some work on it in,
We did an overlay, but we didn't do, what did we do, Randy?
County did a partial reconstruct on it up to Levon, I think it is.
because I see streets like Industrial and even West McElroy that are in dire need.
So, on this, I mean, overall, this is the biggest thing. It's 54,000, I mean, over 54 million, $54.527 million, if you add them. I divided it up between roads, parks, and animal shelter. So roads is huge. So if we do macro and we spend the $10.3 million, am I going to get a 20-year life expectancy out of that?
Absolutely. With concrete.
With concrete, not with asphalt.
Well, I'm assuming for 10.3 3 million, I get concrete, right? Okay.
Mayor and council, if I might add, we talked about this with the bond committee. So we start off the discussion with the pavement condition score, which is a good way to compare streets that are in different parts of the city. I shared with the bond committee that the most important street to be repaired is the street you live on or the street you go to work. So personally speaking, McElroy needs some work because that's my route to City Hall. I believe it was our second worst rated in pavement condition street. Randy would tell you the worst was industrial. Streets are expensive. Building them to their ultimate capacity in concrete is very costly. But if we were to, at some point, let's say we take the recommendation and take at least one street, McElroy, we've got to address industrial. We've got a little bit of a break with our intersection improvement with the state, so that should go to construction, maybe later this year. But at some point, that section, so the intersection of Blue Mountain Industrial by Fuel City to 600 feet west will be, we've already got that taken care of. That'll be reconstructed. But further west, whether we do that by a bond or we do it, we don't, Randy could tell you the technicalities, but it's got to be addressed. In addition to McElroy, I believe, like Mr. Weaver mentioned, there's probably more residential cut-through traffic on McElroy, but the condition on industrial is probably worse, although they're both not great.
And it's fair to assume that, you know, we all individually rank these projects. Every member on the committee individually ranked these. And certainly, I'm down McElroy a lot more than I'm down industrial. So of course, like you said, I'm gonna make that higher on the priority list. They are both in bad shape. They both are in need of attention, so.
Did that count on industrial and McElroy?
The question was, do we have traffic counts on McElroy or industrial?
Oh, yeah, we do. We do have some counts. I don't have them with me, but we do have traffic counts over there.
Is industrial travel down there?
Oh, yeah.
But McElroy's traveled more though, right?
Probably so, because you have more residential traffic on McElroy than you have commercial traffic
But
over.
they both get a lot, you're right, they do.
Well, most of industrial is big trucks, right?
Most of it. But we do have a lot of, I mean, people stay off of it now because it's so rough.
So,
I'll second that.
talking about that, what criteria did you all use to rank these?
What criteria did we use to rank these? Whenever we talked about each individual, because if you look at this list, it's, yes, the animal shelters
No,
on its
I'm
own.
just talking about the roads.
Whenever it comes to the roads.
Yeah, because the roads all in one little category, so just the road.
So we did get this-
Why did y'all put McElroy Phase 2A above Industrial Phase 1?
That was based off individual rankings and Mr. Howell taking everything and ranking them based off of where, I may have ranked it third or fourth, where somebody may have ranked it first or second as far as the streets. And so once those were brought in and cumulative, this is where it ended up.
So what?
I would assume that it's probably not a huge variance.
What criteria, what information, what data did the city give you in order for you to make that decision?
It was the reports that we got from Kimley Horn that
Okay.
not only had the usage numbers,
Yeah.
but also an overall score
Okay.
of quality.
Right, they have a rating.
PCI.
Yeah, PCI.
Yeah, PCI.
Okay, good.
We used the PCI scores.
Appreciate it.
And there were some neighborhood streets that, you know, people would love to see done, but their PCI scores were high still. These ones are deficient, you know, and that's why they got a higher priority than anything else. Now, as to where they're at in the list,
Yeah.
you're talking maybe one or
agreed.
two people ranking them a little bit.
Well, yeah, everybody takes the same data and somebody ranks it a little bit. I just wanted to make sure you was given all the data.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Now, these numbers, do they have inflation figures built into them, Lee?
So some of them do and some of them do not. The ones that have kind of something other than zeros on the final three have escalators in them based on a mock draft schedule that Trenton wrote up. And I sent y'all a copy of that spreadsheet that he did, and it shows the year of issuance is the main factor on those and what it makes a difference. So if you have one of those older sheets like Councilmember Big Horse mentioned a while ago, it's going to show the base before the escalator. So he just did that to give you an example on a few of these of how the schedule of issuance can make a difference on the overall amount.
And McElroy, if you'll see under notes, McElroy says that excludes the design, and I can't remember exactly why.
Yeah, and I was just going to mention that. So if you'll recall, and this was last summer, the city council directed staff to redirect some of our 2021 bond money towards, instead of doing the westernmost section of McElroy, towards the design of this east section.
Yeah.
The reason being the lag time and the approval timeline with railroads is approximately 2 or 3 years. So it's under design now in the hopes that should we have funding in the future, we can go ahead and bid it because the crossings and negotiating with the state is going to take a long time. So that's why it was higher priority, even though industrial was PCI, I think, somewhat lower.
All right, no, thanks for reminding us that. That's a good point, absolutely. That's a quicker fix. A couple other things. I don't know if this is a Bryn question. When we categorize these, you'll have animal shelter as a separate category on the bond, on the election. You'll have streets. Are streets and sidewalks together? How does that work?
So the law is not super clear, but the courts have said the more specific the measure, the better. I think you could group streets together as one, but it would be an all or nothing. So if
Sure.
you wanted, separate measures in the hopes that some would at least pass, then you would want to break them out.
Okay. But sidewalks could be in with streets or not?
Yes.
You didn't give me a yes, sorry. Okay.
Yes, I believe they can.
That's what my assumption. Okay, thank you.
I have one question.
So we could do an an ABC, so the animal shelter, streets and sidewalks, and park.
We could, absolutely. Cindy?
So is it your intent to do all $92.5 million at this upcoming bond election?
They're all worthy of consideration and discussion and being acted on.
But is it your recommendation?
We didn't ask the committee to do that, make the recommendation. We said, give us our priorities, council, that's our job to pick.
Okay.
Isn't that?
Yeah, if you're asking me to speak for everybody on that, I would
No, I'm
thank
not
you
going to
very
make,
much for your vote of confidence, but
no.
that's not me, so.
I'm not going to make the committee, y'all did your job, you identified this stuff, you gave us numbers, you did your job. It's our decision to say, but are we going to do 92 million? Absolutely not.
Okay.
We'll make a cut. What that cut is, that's what we got to figure out. But
Yeah.
they gave us the information we need and the recommendations from citizens, so they did their job, and they did a fantastic job, and I appreciate it. This was a lot of work. So,
Thank you. Anything else?
If the mayor's ready to move on to parks.
let's go to parks. Go, brother.
So I divided parks out. 2, you've got, looks like you got about, whoops, I'm on the wrong one, sorry. 7 line items for the park. One for 19.5 and some change million. I was a little shocked that the connecting all of the walking trails didn't even end up on here. Because I know that when we were going over the long-term parks plan, that was a huge discussion, and when we talked to citizens, that was a big thing, was we knew that we couldn't tie old Saginaw to new Saginaw across the tracks, but we said, can we get all of this side tied together, and what would it take to get all that? And Kimley Horn was working on that, and that was supposed to be in the updated long-term parks plan that I thought you all were working off of.
It is, and the parks plan is bigger and better than it's ever been. And like I said, we very easily could have come to y'all with every single thing on the parks plan because it's all cool, it's all good, and it's going to be stuff that people really, really enjoy. Is going to make the city more walkable.
Right.
And certainly, I think we had a dollar amount and a project kind of scope that we wanted to stick within and not overwhelm everybody and not because the Parks Board, we worked very hard over a number of years to get the Park Master Plan
Yeah.
to where it's at. Don't think it was probably a good use of the bond committee's time for us to come in there and tell them while every single project on that list
Yeah.
is worthy of consideration.
Right.
We had to make the cut somewhere. We left the East Pond off, again, a little bit of tunnel vision, not thinking, hey, we need to do those things, but bring our best. The connectors and the trail things are things that we discussed, maybe we can find other ways to bring them into reality that may not be bond related. We've got this one on here. We've got the Highland Station Western Trail, short little section, does kind of what you're talking about.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Let's see how y'all feel about that and how voters feel about that before we start peppering those in, or if we can find other ways of getting those paid for, budgeted for, certainly would entertain that as well. Those are, there's not any of those. Now, if those were multi-million-dollar projects and connectors, that would be something that we would have prioritized probably a little bit higher, but it's all short individual sections scattered around town that maybe we revisit how to do that.
Looks very evenly distributed across the city, so that's nice.
That was one thing that we took into consideration is we all love Willow Creek Park. We just don't want everything having to go in there, right? We want Highland Station Park to be good and redeveloped with some nicer, newer amenities. There is still plans for things in Willow Creek Park. Obviously, William Houston Park, after our meeting with y'all, was deemed top priority because it needs to be redeveloped. It is.
That was going to be my next question. Just talk about William Houston Park and why y'all prioritize that at 3 and 4.
William Houston Park is the park that's right over here by the community center. When we first got the $4 million for parks from the 2019 bond, 2021 bond, we had a citizen group come to us and want us to spend a majority of that money on redeveloping William Houston Park anyway, because it is a sports field, but I don't know what sports you would really play on it because it's uneven, it's got divots, it's got dips, it's a sprained ankle waiting to happen if you're out there running around. And really at that time, whenever we looked at it, and I believe Randy was part of that conversation as well, it would take scraping off the first foot and a half, maybe 2 feet, just to get all the bad dirt out of there so that we could put something that is going to be able to be maintained and is going to be able to be leveled and is going to be able to be used. The facilities that are there that exist right now are deficient. They came up on the playground safety inspection during the parks assessment. The bathroom out there is not functioning. I mean, you could use it. I don't think that the waste goes anywhere. Like it's in bad shape. And the playground equipment needs to be redone. So that's why it's, okay, we've got this. It's right in the middle of town. It's right by one of our city facilities that does get a lot of use. The community center, I was just there on Sunday night. So it's one that has a high necessity to be able to be redone and redeveloped to be usable, because right now I don't consider that it's highly usable.
That's a very good assessment.
Good, yeah.
And is it 10 acres that William Houston Park is? Remind me. Is it 10 point something? About 10 acres, which I didn't, until we met with y'all, I didn't realize how big it was. I had not
neither did I.
ever thought about it.
No.
It's a big park. We do need to make it more beautiful and usable, and yeah.
Yeah, and so I'll mention one thing on that. So you've got William Houston Park as 3 and 4. Kind of with that is, again, where people were ranking it based off of what they want and what they need. The baseball field and parking really is the base for where everything else that's going to happen, the other 2 projects that are on there for William Houston Park. So I would consider, if you did the playground first and you just develop that one section, you still got to come in later on and still do everything around it, which could cost more or cause an inconvenience or delays that we probably wouldn't have if we just did the base of everything for the baseball field, because the baseball field is going to require that the entire thing be done.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions on parks? All right, Go ahead, yes, please.
Back to Nick's questions about the connectivity with the trails. Gabe or Randy, I think I do remember us discussing that subject, not related to a bond issue, but could that have been on the capital improvement project list, or could it be put on that list?
We could actually look at putting it onto the CIP list, absolutely.
But right now, it's not.
It's not on
But I think that might be, a way to not forget about it and to keep it in the forefront. So,
One thing that we're going to do now that we have the master plan, the Parks Master Plan, updated and shiny and has all the things on it, is we're going to be revisiting it very regularly so that we don't go another, it hadn't been updated, I don't believe, since the Aquatics Center was approved. And so we're not going to let that happen again. So.
Good.
Anything else?
Are there other questions for Thomas? And the whole committee, of course.
All right. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Mayor, I got one other thing. So Gabe, on the street sides, we'll probably want to put something for the citizens together, because I already know, I've already been asked. The immediate thing will be, we already pay a lot of road taxes and our gas and stuff, so why are they having to pay this much money when they already pay so much for road upkeep? So we'll probably want to put something together to kind of explain that.
Yeah, so that's a good point, council members. Should the council approve an election, in fact, I put this on a work plan for discussion. We will provide information, which, if you'll recall, our last bond election, staff's role is just to provide information, not advocate in any way, or tell someone how they might decide on the issue. But I do think that would be a good opportunity to kind of educate people. Just for anybody kind of listening, we have street maintenance dedicated sales tax, and that generally pays for our overlay program and spot repairs throughout the year. But the major reconstructions, we can't fund within our operating budget. We've got to go back to voters. And again, like we've discussed, streets are expensive. Streets in Saginaw are doubly expensive because generally we have to fix storm drainage because we're so flat. So happy to educate.
All right, so moving from here, we've asked a few questions that we need. What other information does council need? Because we're not going to make decisions tonight, but we're going to ask questions and see what other information we require to make decisions at the next meeting or the next. So what other information, we've asked for animal shelter information. What other streets or parks information do we need to have a good discussion between now and the next time? Yes, Mary, go ahead.
one really good suggestion for any of us who haven't watched those bond meetings, you can get a lot of information from watching those meetings. That right there can answer a lot of questions.
That's a good point. Very good.
So I found, a wealth of information by watching those.
No, good point.
I'd like to see the inspection sheets for the playground equipment and the facilities,
Okay, I'm sure Randy's got all that stuff, right?
please.
All right.
Thank you.
And I want y'all, council, to think about, what people will ask is, what's the total bill? So is there a target number we want to shoot for the whole bill? This is 92 million. We're not going to ask for 92 million. We're just not. What number below that? I've got a number in my head, but I want y'all to think about what a number roughly might be to see that would be in the different categories, of course. We'll break them up by, animal shelter, streets, parks. But what the total bond might be realistic to go forward, because we can get some financial information from Kim once we get that number out there. Say, specifically.
We also need to know how it's gonna affect the tax dollars too.
That's once, she needs to know the number before she can give us, yeah. But it will have a tax impact, you're right, that's 100%. So we have to understand that, that will help in our decision-making process.
Could we see what that would be at, like 10 million, 20 million, 30 million? Just kind of break that down, or is that?
Just the preliminary estimates that and again, these are gonna change because we need to know more the timing of it and the general overall value of what you're looking at. But what our initial estimates were 40 to 50 million could be about $230 a year to $250 a year for the average homeowner.
And that's just for the city portion of the taxes.
Correct. That would be the cost of this bond election for 50 million. It was just a round number that we used.
So let's say we start at 30 million, then could we just kind of figure out what that cost would be?
It's really not linear to try to figure it out, and that's why we were waiting to see what y'all were entertaining. And as Lee was mentioning, we need to really refine our time schedule, because in addition to this, we still have the about 17 million that we still have to issue for the 2021 bonds. And so, just like we've always tried to do in the past, we don't want to issue all 30 million or 50 million in one year. We need to spread it out. We also don't want to be sitting on bond proceeds until we're ready to spend it. So we really are, based on the input that we get tonight, coming up with a better schedule. Some of the numbers will change because depending on where they fall on that 5 or 6 year, 7 year timetable, the inflation factor will have to be adjusted.
Absolutely. What about, these, those street projects? In the past, for McElroy, we got a little county money. Is there any county money available for any of these projects?
I'm not aware. Certainly not like our last bond where the county did a mobility bond with a match, but our commissioner is certainly very responsive. I'm happy to set up a meeting with him. I think he would quickly recognize the importance to the city of these top two projects. Happy to ask.
Yeah, there's not a program out there like before there was, we were getting in line, so that's unavailable. That was part of my question, but yeah, we will want to explore all funding options, and if that includes the county, great. Anything else we can, parks as well. So yeah, let's answer these questions.
Be available as well?
I'm sorry?
Any grants that might be available?
Yeah, I was thinking parks for that, yeah, would be.
Parks
there's-
and shelter.
Yeah, there's something. So what I want council to do is think of any other questions, any information we need before the next meeting, send that to Lee. Anything you need, any questions you have, send that to Lee, he'll get the information to us. Look at this list, think about what are some that you say we have to have, and then others that, we can drop off, because we're not gonna do 92 million, we're just not. We're not gonna do all these, so we will cut a few off, probably quite a few, but let's see what we want to end up with and what some proposals are for how that would work out, and then Kim can, of course, give us better dollars, but it will be a tax impact, absolutely, that's why we go to voters. This is not a decision council will make, we'll make a recommendation, put it out there, and voters will say yes or no.
So I guess the only question I would have to make it, besides the information I asked for the animal shelter, is on the streets. I don't know if I guess it come from Randy. I need to know a breakdown of the streets, what's absolutely critical to get done. I know you mentioned industrial, so that's one. I'm assuming it'd be marked critical. The ones that absolutely be critical, high, low, in that order. So in other words, I can draw a line. All I want to do is fix critical, boom, there it is. I can calculate up the number. But I also want to be fair with our parks, and I don't want to give all the money not to fixing roads. I'd like to fix all, but if I can't, I got to sit here and say, well, we got to do a little road and we got to do a little parks. Unfortunately, or fortunately, the animal shelter is one big.
It's all
or none.
It is a zero-sum game. Yep.
And
Yes or no?
it's number one on the list, so.
So Kim, the roughly $250 per resident, is that taking into consideration the new growth and development that we've got coming in, or is that where we're at currently?
Yes, it's assuming growth over the years.
Okay.
Yes, Mary, go ahead.
Did you want to go?
You got something to add? Come on up, man.
I was just to Nikki's question, I knew I brought this in for a reason. Just to give you a little, so the PCI, the Pavement Condition Index that was given to us by Kimley Horn, McElroy Phase 2A, which is the top-ranked street project, it got a score of 35. And I believe this is out of 100? Yeah. Okay, so it got a 35 out of 100. That's Phase 2. 2A. Phase 2B, so also McElroy, got a 64. So the further you get away from the tracks,
Yeah.
its quality is improving.
What did industrial phase 1 get?
38.
So
So
there you-
McElroy Phase 2A actually has a lower PCI
Yeah.
than industrial, which is shocking. However, industrial Phase 2 also has a 55. So the entire stretch right there overall is in worse condition than the McElroy, but the McElroy section has the lowest of all. All the rest of them are in the 60s to 80s.
Is that because of the traffic that runs on that road?
Yes, yes, it has big trucks. Industrial has big trucks. It
Well,
has
I'm
a
talking
lot of
about the
residential.
amount of traffic that runs on that road. Is that part of the scoring system?
I don't believe, because this is just what is the condition of the pavement.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. Those other ones, they would have to get you the Kimley Horn ones. So if that helps with a little bit, but we can still get all of that.
Appreciate it.
And I think the plan was, you can't get them to 100,
Yeah.
right? So the plan would be try to improve them to where they're at least in the top 20, 30, third, so.
Cindy, I'm sorry, you were saying? I could. Yeah, we've seen it before, so we can get a summary of the traffic analysis, Lee, as well. Great, excellent, okay. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Just to refresh the council's memory from the last bond election, that was a little over 48 million. So I'm just that can put it kind of in perspective, and those all passed, and they were all quite important. So I think if we get too much over that, you take the risk of things not passing. So, we have to be very careful about that, but that last bond was 48 million, so,
Thank you for reminding us, yeah,
maybe somewhere in that neighborhood might be good.
that's good advice. All right, so any other questions before we wrap this up, folks? A lot more to come, this is just the start, but thank you so much to the bond committee. Y'all did a heck of a job. I know we asked a lot from y'all, but you delivered an outstanding work. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much. The citizens, you did yeoman's work for the city, and thank you. We are very appreciative. All right, let's move forward to item 4B. Action regarding consideration and action regarding resolution 2025-01 calling a general election. City Secretary Janice England for one last time.
There you go. It's election time. Resolution 2025-01 will call the general election to the elect officers for City Council Place 1, Place 3, and Place 5. The election will be on Saturday, May the 3rd, 2025, with voting from 7 to 7 that day, and of course, there'll be early voting before that day. It also addresses if there is a need for a runoff election. That would be held on June the 7th, 2025. At a later date, we'll get the contract from Tarrant County because they'll be handling it for us as well. So that'll come before you later. But right now, we just need to take action to call the election.
I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, make a motion that we present as presented.
Okay.
Presented.
Riley, call it. Cindy, second.
What's happening? Oh, there it is.
Please cast your vote. Motion passes. Thank you, folks. And thank you, Janice. Thank you for doing this for us one last time. We appreciate it. All right, moving forward. 4C, consideration action regarding resolution 2025-02, amending of code of conduct and rules of procedure for city council meetings by adopting new policies governing the right of the public to request an agenda item and to speak. This is from Brack, Cindy, and Paul. Who's going to be the spokesmodel for this?
So I can-
All right, Paul.
Could I intervene just quickly, just with some information?
Yes, please.
So the red line version marked up where you can see the changes that I sent, somehow once it got uploaded to the agenda software, it accepted all the changes. So now you have an 11-page document when I only changed 3 sections. So unless we want to go over it line by line, you now have the red line version in front of you. So just with that introduction, I'll let Paul go ahead.
Thank you, Brent.
Well, a few months, probably 2 or 3 months ago, we talked about possibly doing an open forum, as some cities do. And when we met, we discussed it and felt that maybe that wasn't the best way to handle this, because people could just come in. There's been some examples given to us, people just come in and talk about random stuff having nothing to do with city business. So we felt it would be best just to make it easier for citizens, residents to ask for something to be put on the agenda and speak. So what we came up with is changing the red line here. Used to be requested by at least 2 council members. We've changed it to request by a member of the public, provided, however, the request be submitted to the city secretary no later than 12 p.m. on Wednesday prior to the upcoming council meeting.
What page are you on, Paul?
7.
7?
Yeah, the edits are on pages 7, 10, and 11 only.
Okay.
The rest is just provided for context.
Okay.
And then if any prepared presentations or videos be part of that presentation, be submitted with, by that deadline. And then, let's see here. The other adjustments we made was time limits. Basically, it's been 3 minutes per person. In addition, members of the public who attend a council meeting but who choose not to speak may donate their 3 minutes of speaking time to a designated speaker from the group. Any member of the public who donates time to another speaker must be present in the council chamber when the requested. Any member of the public who donates their time to another member must be present. The requested agenda item to which the donated time pertains is taken by the city council. And then basically the same information on a regular item or consent item on page 11. The other part we have, over time, we've had people that have asked how to conduct themselves at when they're addressing the council. So we actually put together a list of guidelines. I can read it, or I think everybody has it, just to make it easier for the person when they want to speak to council with us.
Where's that list of guidelines? Is it stapled to this, or?
So in the packet, you'll have the adoption resolution, the policy as Exhibit A, and Exhibit B in the packet are the guidelines. The only thing that was redlined was the policy, so what you have in your hand is only Exhibit A to the document. So Exhibit B, the guidelines is in the packet, unmodified.
Oh, okay, so it's the same guidelines as before.
No, it's sort of, I don't know how to characterize it. They're not policies. They're basically, these are tips for members of the public
So,
on
Paul,
how
could
to
you send
sign
those
up
out?
and,
Could you send those out to the council?
Yeah, it was part of the packet.
it's in the packet,
Oh, it
yes.
is in the packet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only reason you
I
have this
missed
in
that.
paper, so everything's in the packet, including these changes, but the redlining didn't get picked
guess I
up
missed it.
in this document only.
I do have a question for you, Bren, on page 7.
Yeah.
It's always been, if somebody other than the mayor and the city manager wants something on the agenda, it has to be 2 of us, whether it's a council member and the mayor or 2 council members. Is that a state thing, or is that just a Saginaw
No.
thing?
It's not just a Saginaw thing. Rules of procedure are optional and discretionary for each city. The reason why I had and I'm trying to remember, but I had previously recommended, this is based on my experience, I have just the war stories, and I can comment on each of these things, just to give you the worst-case scenario, and I don't want to advocate for or against it. That's for you all to decide. But in another one of my cities, we had an adversarial council, and so at every meeting, Councilmember Smith would say, I want Councilmember Jones on closed session under personnel matters. And then Councilmember Jones would find out about it, and he would say, I want Councilmember Smith on closed session. We're going to lay into him, too. And it was just this constant battle. And so having the requirement to have support of at least one other person does sort of limit how many maybe personal grievances might be motivated, the motivation for placing something on the agenda. But it's certainly up to you. We have cities where anyone can place an item on the agenda without the consensus of anyone else.
Well, I know at one time, Councilmember Patrick Farr and I both asked for the same item to be put on the agenda, but we were on opposite sides of the fence,
Yeah, so, I mean, it just,
So,
right, it cuts down on, and what happens is Gabe gets caught in the crosshairs, right? A council member's like, I need you to put this person on the agenda. And another council member says, do not put that person on the agenda. And then they both get mad at Gabe. And that's happened, and that's sort of the impetus in this other city where a consensus of more than one council member is required in order to put something on the agenda. It just kind of protects staff somewhat.
Right.
And it just saves you all time of having just an extensive agenda with maybe contradictory items on the same agenda at the same time. So, and then the matter of allowing the, if you want me to, I can go through just.
Keep going.
These.
You're on a roll. Keep going.
So you will have, from time to time, and it's very rare, but you can, I remember being in Alvarado where we listened for 20 minutes where a guy gave a speech to the council about how the U.S. Federal Reserve is illegal and what is the Alvarado City Council going to do about dissolving it. And we sat there for 20 minutes. So you open the door, people who didn't like the fact that they got a traffic ticket, they'll now be able to come on and ask for an item and come to the agenda and say, I didn't go through the stop sign. Just sort of, again, these are very limited and rare occasions, but I just want to give you that worst case scenario. And then with respect to the donated time, I've had people bring their entire HOA out, or they'll invite their family who live in a different city who know nothing about the agenda item, and they'll show up and sit in the back row, and they'll fill in their address and they'll say Colleyville, Texas. They know nothing about the item. They're there to help their friend get as much time as possible. And we've had, in one city, I know I've told Gabe about this, we had a warehouse case where the public in the neighborhood didn't want it on the agenda, but they got word that an application had been filed with staff, hadn't even made it to P&Z. They would have 100 people come to every council meeting, and then they would filibuster for 2 hours. And then the applicants who actually had business before the council sat until 10 p.m. before their paid application could even be heard or considered. Now, you all don't have the sort of crushing numbers that some cities have of people that show up. You have a relatively, invested but not politically weaponized citizenry. So I don't know that would necessarily be the case here. But I just want to share this sort of worst case scenario if you allow people to donate time. Now, they do have to be present in the council chamber, so that prevents someone from showing up with a stack of 40 signed comment cards, and he's the only person in the audience, and suddenly wanting time. But I mean, we've had speakers get half an hour to just talk about something that's not on the agenda, hasn't even come up to council yet. So those are just some of the worst case scenarios. I think I've told you in one of my cities, Michael Jackson has come 3 times now. Yeah. With a boombox, a wig, the put on high voice, and for the YouTube channel, and his friends film him on the cell phone, and then they upload it for clicks and in order to monetize it. And they try to get a reaction out of it.
Did you know ahead of time? Because we could sell tickets and make money.
You would think no. We see the name, and I'm sure he's not done. And if you all are ever looking for something to watch on YouTube, I can certainly point you in the right direction. But yeah, I mean, the problem is it can be pretty offensive too. And then you all have to understand the protections of the First Amendment, and you got to sit there and take it. And so just some of the risks, but obviously. The other side of the coin is this creates more opportunity for public engagement. So I can certainly see the other side of the coin, but I thought it was important just to share with you some of the concerns. Because right now you don't have a public comment section. You don't have the ability for someone to sign up and guarantee to be on the agenda. So these First Amendment auditors aren't going to waste their time coming here because they can't get on the agenda.
Well, and Brent, I want you to explain something to the folks. The reason we're doing this is because of the Open Records Meeting Act, right? Is that what it's called? Open meeting?
Well, it's not really even related to the Open Meetings Act. It's really the council's entitled to set its own policies. You have to, what the Open Meetings Act says is, at a minimum, you have to let the public speak on every item on the agenda, either before or during that item. There is no statutory right to have your own pet agenda item on the agenda, complete with videos, and the right to just add items to the agenda at every meeting. That's something that's optional and discretionary that you all can offer through this policy, and if this is adopted, then that's what will be enshrined in your policy.
I mean, we can't, we have to post the agenda 3 days ahead. We can't add agenda items the day of the event, those kind of things.
Yes.
To protect folks. And so that's what I mean by the Open Meeting.
Open Meetings Act, yes.
Open Meeting Act.
Yes, sir.
My other pet peeve on that is the state legislator passed that law many years ago, saying, you got to do this, trying to keep councils in line. And the one group they exempted from that was themselves. So
Correct.
the state legislature does not have to follow these rules.
That's correct.
And I'm happy following them. I just wish they would follow their own rules. That's my one pet peeve for this whole thing. So I'm happy that we're putting guide rails around this. I think it's a good thing. Other questions, Mary? Go ahead.
We have had on occasion, not very often, one time I remember before I was on city council, but I was at the meeting, this was filled and people were crammed back there like cattle, it was, and so really a way to solve that problem could be you can donate your 3 minutes to a maximum of this guy gets 30 minutes or 20 minutes or whatever. That's one solution.
You could add that, correct. That's not currently.
Right.
That you could do a cumulative cap.
Right.
And that's something that Paul and I talked about.
And I've also seen it work pretty well when the mayor or whoever's mayor pro tem would say, does anybody have anything to say on this subject that has not already been stated? In other words, you have a different point of view. You might still agree with this person that just spoke, but you have something new to add.
Well, now state law allows and requires that you allow people to say even the same thing.
Even the same thing.
That's right, but only on posted agenda items.
Okay.
So this
That's
change will
not
allow
good.
someone, this change will allow someone to, a resident to place
Just say
an
the
item
same
on
thing.
the agenda. Let's, try to get the Dallas Cowboys to relocate to Saginaw, or whatever. Just
Right.
pick your random topic, and then they can bring their neighbors, and then they can speak on a half an hour on that subject, and you would be required to entertain that.
And then also, it helps sometimes if
y'all
the
have the
person
ear
leading the meeting
I'm freezing over here.
would just say, how many in the audience agree with this?
There's always
And-
tools.
And
to
how
try
many
to-
do not?
Right.
And I've seen that. I asked for that to happen at a meeting before I was on city council. And it was not our mayor now, it was a different mayor. He would not allow the people to raise their hands. So I think that's a good solution, but putting a cap on that,
On the
on the
donated time.
number of people that can donate 3 minutes up to X number of minutes.
So what do y'all think about
Might be a
putting
good
a
idea.
cap on
Well,
something like that?
I have one question
Oh,
before we go.
Sure, Cindy, go ahead.
So on page 10, looking at D, time limit, it says the applicant will not be subject to a time limitation. And I asked Paul about this, and I really didn't get an answer that clarified me.
I
If
can
you
give
have no time limit, then why do people have to donate their time?
So the applicant has paid money, and they are entitled to due process for their case. The residents that just have an opinion about the case aren't entitled to the same level of due process. That's not their property, it's not their application. So you always want to allow the applicant, especially of a zoning case, to have as much time as they would like to present their application to you. And then the donated time comes in the next phase, which is the public comment phase, that it is not, they're not associated with the applicant.
Okay.
So here's one thing about it. If we give this a try and it ends up eating up time that's non-valuable to the city and it's not beneficial, we can either modify it or we can change it back to the way it is now.
Correct.
So, I've been on council now going on 5 years, and all the time I've been here, I have seen maybe 2 times where this is pretty full, but I haven't seen anybody get up and just try to run the clock. Everybody's been pretty cordial. We've had some lively discussion, but so far, all the citizens of Saginaw has been good citizens. So I don't see any reason why we wouldn't,
She wants to say something.
do this.
The other piece of it, not having the open forum, was if we had the open forum, people could come and speak, but because of it not being on the agenda, we can't discuss it, so it's really just wasting time.
Right, and if we respond, we could literally go to jail. So that's the big concern. That's why we're all dancing around this and very cautious due to the state law. Right. Somebody else have a comment, question?
And I do have one
Yeah,
more
go ahead.
question. One thing I did not see on here is if somebody asked to be put on the agenda, what's the time frame to get that put on there? Does it have to be the next meeting or the meeting they request?
Has to be the Wednesday prior to the council.
It says it on
Meeting.
page
Okay.
7.
On page 7, it says.
I just want
noon
to
the Wednesday.
clarify that. make
By
sure
noon
that-
Wednesday prior to the council meeting.
So if they submit it on Wednesday, then it has to go on the next agenda.
Yep, correct.
Okay.
All right, council, other questions on this? We've gone around and around. If no other questions, I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move that we accept 4C, resolution number 2025-2 as presented.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All second? All right, motion passes. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Brand. Thanks for all your time. Appreciate it, folks. Item 4D, discussion of 2025 work plan projects. City Manager Gabriel.
Mayor and council, if you'll recall, December 12th of last year, hard to believe we're in 2025. I'm still making the mistakes when I date things. I sent an email to you about work plan projects that included about 8 of these projects on the list. For those in the audience and those listening, the City Council's work plan establishes priorities for staff in the coming year. These projects came directly from you, so what I'm looking for tonight is discussion and direction in the hopes that, as we have done in years past, we would bring a resolution that adopts our work plan, sets our priorities for 2025. I have one addition that was not included in the packet after discussion, and that is feasibility and/or planning of a potential industrial park. So with that, happy to discuss, hear your feedback on any of these projects. Again, these came from y'all, ideas, suggestions, your priorities, and I look forward to making progress in 2025.
All right, council, questions, comments? Who wants to take us off? Oh, go ahead, Cindy.
Where do we stand with the 2024 work plan? And do any of those migrate over to this list?
That's a great question, council member. So we should be able to complete, if you'll recall, and this would have been the email I sent in December, kind of a wrap-up email for our 2024 work plan. We should be able to complete all of our 24 projects within the next month or so. In fact, I think one of them, as we speak, we have the branding, the voting for the branding that's live now. That's something we need to finish up. We will take formal action to adopt the updated Parks Master Plan within the next month or so. Trying to think. There's one project on the 25 list that would be a carryover. This was a request, Mayor Pro Tem. That is the lighting, the decorative lighting project. So we've pretty much closed out everything, or will close out everything soon. And the list before you is the new stuff that came from y'all.
And one other thing that I would like to add to this list, every donation made through the water bill has a citizens committee that oversees those, except for the senior citizens, and I would like to add onto this list the formation of a senior citizen committee
Good one, sure.
to oversee those donations.
Yeah, I think that was done in the past. There was a senior committee, but yeah, happy to talk with staff. We can get that going. Every other donation does have an existing board. So we have the beautification committee, we have the parks board,
Animal shelter and
the
library.
animal shelter, as well as the new, separate from the city, but somewhat related, the 501c3, which that was a recommendation to create a similar structure for parks. So, yeah.
And the library, yep.
And the library board.
Is
that's-
creation of parks, is that 501(c)(3), is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, that's correct. The recommendation was, and that was a former Parks Board alumni who is at home sick, although he told me he's listening and reminds you to turn on your speaker, Mr. St. Clair.
Get some chicken soup, Brack.
Chicken soup, yeah. He was feeling under the weather. Yeah, his idea and thought was to, and this is common in other cities, to have a complement to Parks Board donations. Really, it's difficult for city employees and sometimes our volunteers to be a fundraising arm, where if you have a nonprofit, like we have with the animal shelter, other cities that have a Friends of the Park or Parks Advocacy type group, they can go target grants and request donations and, do capital campaigns, that sort of thing.
And those tax donations at that time are those donations are tax deductible at that time with those 501c3s.
That's correct, yeah. And so the management, that's a great point. The management of that is independent. It's an independent board. All the filing, this wouldn't be a burden to the city. So our animal shelter, 501c3 handles all the paperwork and stays in the good grace of the IRS.
Other questions about the work plan?
I had a couple.
Sure, man.
So, yeah, first I'd like to apologize. I meant to send these to you. I didn't, so but I did have three things I wanted to send to you for consideration.
Okay.
So, and again, I apologize. It's totally on me for not sending them to you, so I guess I just get to blindside you now. Seek certification for transparent budget with the state. This is what we talked about last year, how you can get it open. We talked about that last year. I'd just like to get it formalized, or work plans.
And we have submitted the application for it. We think we meet all of the qualifications. We're waiting to hear back, so we're in the process of doing
Okay.
that.
So that should be an easy one.
Yeah,
to
we
get
can
if
add that.
we add it on there. The second one is I'd like to develop criteria for a new citizens request software program. The one that we currently got, from understanding, we had like a 3-year contract. Everything I've heard back from citizens, including myself, use it. Unfortunately, the application, the software that we bought is terrible.
How do you really feel? No.
Are you talking about the Public Works one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Have you used it?
I've not, no.
Oh, yeah, try it.
Okay.
You'll be a card-carrying member, let's get a new one. So anyway, I'd like that put on there to actually come up with some criteria and this time, get a really good one. The third one is probably maybe a little bit more contentious. I'd like, I've heard this from citizens and others, and it keeps going around and around. I'd really like to try to put the nail in the coffin here, one way or the other. So I'd like an independent assessment or an audit as to whether it would be more beneficial for the city to have its own engineer,
Yes.
and to start utilizing requests to include other qualified firms for projects other than just one, okay? The reason I want this is just so this can be put to bed once and for all. And hard data, get it done, and that way we can finish that off. So that's my 3 requests.
Yeah.
If we can add them. The only other thing I'd like to add is on some of these all of them should have criteria to define success. So I'd like up front for us to define for each one of these what's considered closed and what's considered success. Some of them, what are we going to do to actually get it? So that's it.
And I have one small request. Please fix on the phone system, when you push 0 to get somebody to talk, please put somebody on that. Seniors, I called and asked you about it, told you about it. The seniors, when they call the city and it says push 0 for operator and it goes nowhere, it goes back to the thing. I talked to Lee the other day about it. My neighbor called Scott trying to get hold of the city and he couldn't get hold of anybody because I don't know who could answer that 0, but somebody in this city can answer that 0 because seniors aren't going to do much except push 0 because they don't know the extensions or anything. So could you please fix that?
Sure, yeah, that's definitely not a work plan project, that's
Well, that's
kind of
it.
operational, yeah.
Yeah, it needs to be something.
Gabe, I'll also send you this in an email.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great. So that puts us at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, That's 14 projects. That's probably maximum capacity for a year. To Councilmember Lawson's point, you know, really the end result is some action by the city council. I think we can define that on all these and keep you updated. Again, if you have any other ideas, please send them to me. The end result would be we bring a project list with some information as part of a resolution that the council would adopt, and we provide monthly updates. So we also have a website where we update our website so that residents, anybody interested, can view progress. Pedro's done a good job of linking video to these various projects, so you can go back and see the video where we've discussed things, and I look forward to another busy year.
I have one other thing.
Sure, go ahead.
I had heard that there was some concern about the community garden being on here, and it has potential relocation of the garden. I would like to attempt to address that, why it's on here. Is two, the community garden seems to have been extremely successful. A lot of people use it, things like that. And we have had some concerns raised to us, you know, about it and everything. And what we'd really like to do is the city to provide more resources to the community garden and build an infrastructure underneath it. So, you know, build some sprinkler systems, you know, out there, walkways, some raised gardens, whether you use those galvanized water troughs or something similar to that, but have something really nice and then come up with thing, because I have personally had people reach out, well, how do you get on the community garden? And I really didn't know it. What's the policy behind it? So while the people who has taken this and driven it's done a really good job, it's grown to a level where we need to make sure that it continues on and we put good infrastructure in place and make it something nice where, you know, more people can utilize it. So that was the whole reason for this to be asked to be put on the work plan, wasn't to try to shove it off into a corner. I'm probably one of the biggest gardeners in Saginaw. I got a huge garden in my backyard, so I'm very pro gardening. So I just wanted to address that and put anybody's mind at ease.
Nikki, that's a perfect segue, because I have 3 people that would like to speak on that very subject.
Oh, cool.
So let's do it right now. Who want to go first? Corey, you go first?
I'm going to let Michaela go first.
How are you on it? I've got 3 people, so y'all just all pick whoever wants to go first.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for having me, and hello to everybody else. My name is Michaela Miller. I am the second founder of the Saginaw Community Garden. Zoe Kaiser, Miss Cindy's granddaughter, was the original owner. She started it many, many years ago, and I, for my Girl Scout Gold Award, revitalized the project and have been organizing the growth and maintenance of it since we established it in April 2022, so going on 3 years this year. I want to apologize. I don't really know a whole lot. I only heard about this last night when we saw the agenda, and so I didn't really know what relocation of the garden really entailed, and what everything entailed. But first I wanted to say this property was allocated to the community garden before I even started. Like I said, Zoe, almost 7 years ago now, was the original builder. And in 2020, with the consent of the mayor and city council, we installed new garden beds, trees, and benches in 2022. With the continued support of mayor, council, utility department, the police department, numerous local businesses, and hundreds of citizens, we're at almost 1,000 on our Facebook page. We have continued to grow and build up this garden. It now encompasses over a dozen raised garden beds, picnic tables built by an Eagle Scout, Alex Orth, a happy home pantry built by Lily McMinn, another Gold Award project, the Take a Plant, Leave a Plant station added by a community member, and we planted trees that have survived over 3 years, donated by the city and a couple of other organizations. The tables, pantry, and our recent addition, the water hose, are concreted into the ground, which is why we were worried about relocation. They are 6 feet in the ground concreted, 2 feet in the ground concreted, around there, depending on the difference. Thousands of dollars worth of soil have been donated, once again, by local businesses and community members to get the garden going. And many of our herbs and plants in the pollinator gardens are perennials and have been established and will regrow every year. There are additional plans for growth already in progress with many contributions from the community, and we have actually already started a committee within our Saginaw Community Garden Facebook page. We have about 10 people who have signed up willingly, quite a few of which are here today. The city allocated the property for garden knowing that it was going to be an ongoing project. And I only learned about this last night, and I was a little bit worried that, like you said, that people were gonna take my project away from me. I know you said you're not really working on relocation, but I do want to bring up that this is, you can't relocate. You can relocate it, it's gonna be a lot of work. Like I said, it's concreted in the ground, our trees are 3 years in, they have gotten past their awkward, almost dead stage. And so I can't really say what I don't know about, but that's, yeah.
Thank you, Michaela. Who wants to go next? Melissa? Corey? Who wants to go next?
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. I am Michaela's mom. Sorry. So, super proud of this kid, right? Also, I was the Girl Scout troop leader for her troop, and so the young lady who built the Happy Hope Pantry, and we were really close with the Orths and their Eagle Scout project, and I'm not gonna repeat everything that she said about the relocation. You know, it's all, that was a very scary word for us, obviously. So many of the structures are permanent, the trees are well-established. It's a great location, obviously. But we were also concerned about the creation of a community garden committee and what that might look like and how that might affect the garden. We've been working with a lot of the community on the garden these past years. We have many people who are really well dedicated, and we started a committee of those people recently and have been having meetings and working on planning, trying to figure out how we can make the garden grow, make it more productive, make it more accessible, make it prettier, and everything, and just so that the community can have more pride in it. We've had a lot of groups that have come out there for learning experiences. We've had some events out there that have been very successful. We have a lot of families who really enjoy the opportunity to be involved in it, and they volunteer and they come out, and people have put a lot of effort into it. So we really would like the council to consider in creating a committee, and we appreciate the city's willingness to put more into the project, and we're really grateful for that. Would really like to do everything we can to help improve it, but we would really like to still be involved in all of those people who have put their time and energy and heart and money and efforts into the garden, still be involved in that.
Yeah.
If y'all have any questions.
There was never our intent. I mean, kind of what you're seeing is the very first stages of what, you've seen kind of a bunch of stuff comes up here where you say yes. Sometimes things get removed, but I can tell you at the 10,000 foot view, ours isn't to say, oh, it's taken over. I mean, you guys have done an excellent job. I can see you're proud of your daughter, and you ought to be. It's pretty phenomenal what she's done and driven this. It's
all of those young people who
Yeah.
put their efforts out there, and there are several other troops and groups that are wanting to add things to it.
Right.
So we're like, wait, because we don't know what's about to happen. So,
you know, do have a committee put together, you know, that even has to be worked out, how that would even work within this as it gets as a work plan. But definitely the first people would reach out, you all would be the committee. I mean, you do it. And the big thing to me again is how can the city get behind this committee and add some good infrastructure, some solid stuff and things like that. So like you said, so more citizens in Saginaw can
So you don't
and
have to
utilize the garden.
panic in the summertime about who's gonna water, because
It
I've
is.
seen all the Facebook
We do, we have a
posts.
lot of people who come out and water every single day, all summer
Yeah,
long, just help that.
I can tell you, I've raised a garden here in Saginaw 23 years now, and you can't water it by hand. It's, I can tell you,
It's a lot.
it is
It's a lot.
brutal.
Also, I am on the Keeping Saginaw Beautiful Committee, and we did start discussing things like irrigation and things like
Yeah.
that before Keith left, and so we haven't gotten back to that in the past couple of
Yeah.
months and talking about it, so I don't know where that will end up going, but that was,
Yeah. I mean, I could see putting some little, I don't know what you call it, crushed granite sidewalks. You probably don't want concrete, so I would crush granite sidewalks in around them and laying them out where you can have more raised beds, right? That's what
that's
we're
in the
looking
plan.
at, things like that.
I mean, and one thing Nikki and I talked when we first brought this up was put some budget toward it, put some money toward it. Have
Yeah.
the city put some money for this and make it
That's
a,
right. Oh, yeah.
something that we can all be really proud of and grow it, so.
We would love
That was
that.
part of what we talked about, so, yeah.
Oh, that'd be great.
Seek some more donations. We have a very large lumber distributor here that maybe we can get some lumber from.
And some soil is the big expense.
Yeah.
One of the things that I had discussed with Michaela and Melissa and some of the other committee members is the possibility of having this area dedicated as a park, maybe having it put under the Parks Board, or even having the community garden under the beautification committee, so they could get some funds from either one of those boards, but still let, Michaela's committee report back to those groups.
Mm-hmm.
I absolutely agree. I could absolutely see this as a subcommittee underneath the parks.
Parks or the beautification, either one.
Right.
We'd be very grateful for that.
And we have started working on irrigation. That was also, we were working on that a little bit, but we need to, and we've actually met with,
I met with several irrigation contractors that wanted us to finish adding all the planters before they put in irrigation.
so we are working around that.
Awesome.
We've been working on that. We've been fundraising at events at the thing for that, so.
You're fundraising right now with the city, so we can help you. There you go. So,
And Public Works has done a phenomenal job of supporting this project.
Absolutely, Randy and his crew.
Randy and his
amazing.
guys.
They help me with everything they can. That's all that I had.
Thank you, Melissa, thank you, Michaela. Corey?
Hi, I'm Corey Kaiser. I am Zoe's mom, so she's the one that started this project 7+ years ago. They kind of have stated everything that I was going to say. I guess I come more with some questions or just concerns that we kind of keep in mind when we do this. When she did start this 7 years ago, the city kind of wanted to keep their hands on it because they were kind of worried of legality issues about having the city, and then when that happened, there weren't people to take care of it, and it wasn't a community garden, and that's when it came down the first time until Michaela came back and revamped the project. So I do want to make sure that when we have a committee, it is those people that have been working really hard to be a part of that, which it sounds like that's going to be. As far as the relocation, I don't know if that has even been a thought of where. My concern with relocation, when I heard it, obviously now we've gotten a little more from that, is that this was started with the fruit trees that were in Willow Creek Park over by the big playground, and some of the trees died. We were told beavers were wreaking havoc, what have you. So this has been relocated. So to relocate it again kind of concerns us as far as making sure that it is in a good location. As far as it is right now, it seems to be pretty centralized for everybody. It seems that it is in an area that is pretty accessible. There's really good parking. When we've done our fundraiser plant swaps, we have plenty of parking for everyone that does show up. So that is kind of a concern of making sure that we don't lose what we have built so far, because I know Zoe and Michaela have worked so hard in this, and while Zoe couldn't be here because she's at home doing homework, I wanted to make sure that I was here voicing for her as a proud mom as well for what has been done, and we don't want to see that go back. Obviously, having the city behind us and being able to move forward obviously would be great, and we would be able to do some of these projects that have been laid out a little bit quicker than us going around going, who has free pallets and tubs. And so I just want to make sure that the council does kind of make sure that it isn't something that kind of goes off track just because one person, I know you said there's been concerns of people coming up of they don't know how to access it. Well, we have the Facebook page that is always available. We're always accessible, things like that to answer those questions. And if there's other concerns, I would ask that they are brought to us, at least, I know there's not a committee yet, but let us have a chance to kind of explain and or help find a solution. I know there were concerns for a while with the food pantry and food was just kind of getting left and it was piled up because where we have signs over and over and over again to please don't leave food below it, somehow it magically found its way onto the ground again. So while there are concerns and we know that there's valid concerns, have some discussion with us would really be appreciated.
Yeah, again, it's not our intention to like take it over, like we said. If there is a committee done, which there needs to be a committee, it would either be under the Parks Committee or the Keep Saginaw Beautiful Committee, because that's one of those two is where it best fits. And I don't know why you all would be the ones who'd be the committee,
right,
along with whoever else is on it. And then again, our goal is to build good, solid ground infrastructure, you know, take that spot of ground we have out there and say, okay, you know, how do we want it actually laid out from an infrastructure standpoint?
Absolutely.
And like I said, dirt's, believe it or not, you always hear cheaper than dirt, right? Until you go try to buy a piece of dirt. You know, add the dirt and get it to a level where then this different citizens can check out or however they do their raised beds, and it's ready to go. And get good sprinkler systems in there, because like I said, I know more than anyone that during the summer, you're out there watering all the time if you don't have some type of sprinkler system.
And I know North Richland Hills has an amazing community garden. I don't know if you've seen it or been
Which
out
one?
there. North Richland Hills.
Yes.
They have an amazing garden. They have built it up. They have plots that they can actually rent out to citizens, so you can put an application to be in line when an open plot comes out. So I think there's a definite plan and way we can go with this. I think that would be beneficial to the city and to the citizens. Like I said, we just saw community garden relocation without any context, and so we wanted to just make sure that our project was
The
protected.
only reason I would see the relocation of the community garden if it was the right thing to do, right? So, I mean, again, when we start this, you guys will be the ones picked on the shoulder, say, okay, if we do a community, you know, we got this community garden, how do we either evolve it where it is, or do we need to move it somewhere else so that we don't run out of space in 5 years, that we can just, like North Richland Hills, where we can keep adding on.
Right.
So that's what this is to build to come back in and just build upon what you guys have done with your blood, sweat, and tears.
I appreciate it.
You guys have done such a good job, we're like, hey, how can we help?
Thank you, Corey. All right, any other work plan item discussions? We've gone through more to come on this. This is not the end. This is just the beginning for 25, so. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I wanted to say something about the community garden. Like I said, this started out as Zoe's vision in 2018. Michaela picked it up in 2020, and through the COVID thing, managed to get it started up in 22. But this has been a tremendous learning area for the community. I've seen daycares out there working with their kids, teaching the kids how to pull weeds. We've had master gardeners come out, even brought worms for the kids to hold, and absolutely freaked out one little girl who went off running somewhere. It's just amazing watching the community come together. Everybody knows where it is, so I think people were freaking out about the committee and the relocation, the wording of this particular line item. Maybe we need to change that to something that's more appropriate to what we're doing.
I would say, yeah, creation of community garden committee.
And, I mean, the committee's already created. Michaela has done that. And
Bring it in under the city
I
umbrella.
think we need to
and how-
put it under one of the,
And how can the city help, and how can we get it, yeah,
yeah, I think we
Yeah.
need to put it under one of the boards.
that's fine.
But yeah, it's,
But no, yeah, nobody's saying we're gonna crash it, we're gonna move it, let's talk about it.
well,
So somebody asked me before, do we have a policy for community garden? I said, I have no idea. So let's talk about it.
And maybe we, being under one of the boards, we can better advertise the Facebook group and things like that.
And that can help with funding and a lot of different things, and all for the positive, so. All right, let's wrap this up. We can talk about this more. We've got a lot more to go, unfortunately, so. Pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071, 551.087, and 551.074. We will return to adjourn. Is that good, Bryn? All right.
Sorry. Actually, the old arena in Buffalo, they had a system for cooling the building. They would somehow store the air at night when it was the lake breeze and stuff, and it would keep the building cool throughout the day.
I just want to say that we stayed late tonight just for Janice, for her last meeting. We wanted to keep her as late as possible, just so she would know what she's missing.
It's not her last meeting. She's gonna be on contract with us.
It's her official last meeting, though. All right, we got everybody? We got enough people?
Yep.
All right, at 9:59, we're back in regular session. I'll entertain a motion to
I make a
adjourn.
motion, we adjourn.
Paul make the motion to adjourn.
Second.
Nick, second. Oh, we can vote real quick.
We're working on it. There it is.
Now that I got Nick's turned on for him.
Yeah.
At 9:59, we're adjourned. Thank y'all.